Very nice to make your acquaintance. I'm your new robo-butler.
Serve as a reminder of the division that has occurred in the past and the resplendence of the promise.
Thirsty, partner. Try Moriarty's oldest drinks in the capital.
President John Henry.
The old red rocket. How you doing, sir? Oh yeah, that's hers. Letter from Volta. Congratulations on your family's recent inclusion in the Vault 101 community. You will find outlined in your application materials a full review of rules and procedures related to preparing for shelter in a Vault-Tec facility, but we will outline a few key points here. Vault-Tec provides all clothing, bedding, and accommodations for residents. Personal belongings must be reviewed and approved of by an authorized Vault-Tec hermetics technician. before such belongings can be delivered to your reserved vault quarters within the vault. In the event of an emergency entrance to the vault, no personal belongings will be permitted beyond the main door of the facility. All vault residents must attend an orientation seminar. If you do not attend such a seminar as part of the application process, you must make an appointment with your Vault-Tec representative. In the event of a Vault-Tec activation, whether actual or drill, Vault-Tec will sound a siren audible in the immediate vicinity of the vault facility entrance, and residents will be contacted via holotape message at the phone number provided in their residence profile records. Please report promptly to Vault 101 to await admittance and processing upon such notification. Jesus. Maybe you can hear me a little bit better now. Vault-Tec looks forward to having you and your family as valued residents. Be sure to present this letter to your Vault-Tec representative to receive your special commemorative Vault Boy bobblehead toy. Sincerely, Vault-Tec Department of Public Relations, Washington, D.C. How is everything? How you doing tonight? Everything okay? That's what I thought. Well, that works. Thank you very much. Oh, goddamn it. Well. Not exactly sure where he went. Nobody's taking any fucking lifts up here. They don't have that shit in this game. Man, these guys look mean. They didn't have anything. They didn't have shit. Got a sniper rifle out of it, though. That was definitely worth it. No. Somebody was making a defense out of here. No. Fully looted too. The fuck was that? Oh. Freaking blowflies. Is that the motherfucking... Are you serious? I haven't even done anything yet. God damn, I just came out of the motherfucking the vault. Find Max and show how we treat people that fail to live up to Mr. Tenpenny's expectations. Do not fail me. You know what will happen if you were aroused by displeasure. What the fuck? I don't even know who the fuck. Okay. Alright. Alright. This motherfucking Mr. Tenpenny is. Fucking douchebag. Found a mini nuke in here. A hunting rifle. Some 32 caliber rounds. It's not bad. Not bad. Alright, alright. Oh, because I disarmed the bomb. That's why Mr. Tenpenny's coming after me. Oh, right. I stole all his fun right out the gate. Sorry. You must be about a new film. Yeah, I saw. I'll get to it, good sir. Hey, it's a Brahmin. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Is there anything in here? Doesn't look like it. It's not bad. It's not bad.
But whether successful or otherwise, always right.
Another red rocket station. Oh. Jerry Street Metro. Ah. There you go. I'm glad. Yeah. That was really good. Glad I could be of service, good sir. As you can see, I'm indulging my my nostalgia and my appetite for some classic Fallout. Well, classic for me, anyway. It's been like a decade and a half since I've played this game.
Stop moving around so.
Ooh. You have 5.56 inch.
Eat it. Beg. Hold still, meat.
God damn it, I'm just right behind the fucking... Oh, you're a liar. The boom boom. Fair. Scrape me. Not bad, not bad. Science skill. There we go. Oh, let's just open the fucking... Boo. Oh, this was the... Oh, god damn it. There was a Rube Goldberg thing, and I ruined it. Oh, this isn't minefield, is it? Hell yeah. I've been missing this game for a while. Alright. Radio signal Oscar found. That's whatever that is. And hold the drainage chamber. Sure. Big book of science. Electrical switch. Ball gum. Junk food. Leg brace. It's in the box. Oh my. Okay. Bit of a torture chamber down here. Lots of booze, money, and knives and things. Down here. What down here? Goddamn. Maybe it's a fight club. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so definitely go that way. these stone, yeah. The Adventures of Captain Cosmos. Hell yeah. Here's a couple of reasons to play Fallout 4 and 76.
Not all. To that I must answer, of course. Of course I was elected. Sweet America. Of course. Isn't the right to vote the very foundation of a democracy? Fortunately, in the interest of national security, I'm not at liberty to discuss the details of the election. You understand? But rest assured, I am your president. Because the appropriate people of this great nation decided I should be. I am.
Yep.
Democracy, dear America. Democracy, now and forever. And now, dearest America, we must say farewell. For there is much work to be done. Till we meet again, this is President Eden signing off.
Expecting. Oh. That's the train. Oh. 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 Okay. Yeah.
listening to Enclave Radio, the voice of America.
God damn. Somebody was having a party. That's what I thought. It's the Dunwich building. Okay. Not entirely sure I should be coming anywhere near this building right now. But I have discovered it. And that... Das ist good. So I'm just sightseeing, guys. I'm not really particularly like discovering locations. Just randomly doing shit. It is cool to see the Talon Company already after my ass. Like I still. The armored vault suit is still kind of like a go-to because of the small guns. shall be right back. Okay. Right. Step out. Hey, no, that's not bad. Made good money today at the shop. That's pretty cool. Okay. Did I leave? Oh no. See that? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I'm a good boy. Alright, I'll be right back. Hopefully it's not fucking cold as hell outside. Need the hoodie. It's cold out there. I must to pee. Ooh. everywhere. Night is back. It's cold out there. What? Be a good girl. Yeah. What? Dear, all I've needed. I wonder if I could. Sorry, I'm looking at food. Let's see if anybody's here. Man, 15 bucks. map, hopefully. So nice that you can order things in the middle of the night and it still gets service. Let's see. That's a half an hour. Shit. That is a long one. Shit. Let's see what else. Okay, we're gonna look at this. It's very weird.
At the start of the year, I made a video. At the start of the year, I made a video on an absolutely insane supernatural found footage horror film called Devil's Pass, which twisted the true events of the Dyatlov Pass incident into what I can only describe as one of the most profoundly and jaw-droppingly far-fetched films I have ever watched. Yet, I noticed there were a few comments comparing it to another obscure 2010 horror film called Yellow Brick Road, which up to that point I'd only ever seen the poster for, and always just shrugged it off as probably some generic hunted while lost in the woods type film. Naturally, I was left curious. What could possibly be behind this vague poster to inspire comparisons to a film that takes the harrowing tragedy of people dying in hazardous conditions and morphs it into a creature feature about bizarre government experimental time-warping mutants? Maybe there is some tasty schlock in here. Maybe I shouldn't be so quick to judge a book by its cover. Maybe, oh my god, what if a film called Yellow Brick Road, a reference to The Wizard of Oz, actually had something to do with The Wizard of Oz? Now, before we dive any deeper, this video is sponsored by Raycon. Every year, March is the month of madness for me because I always have so many personal and professional commitments happening all at once, and it is just a constant stream of noise, so when I finally get some brief respite for myself, I only want to hear things that help me to relax and recover before the grind continues. As such, Raycon's everyday headphones help me to tune out the chaos and focus on what matters, whether it be playing video games, listening to music and podcasts or watching films and YouTube videos. In particular, I love their hybrid active noise cancellation, which drowns out surrounding sounds so I can immerse myself in my own world, such as when sitting on the couch watching films on my tablet while my fiance uses the TV in the same room, or when I'm editing videos like this one, I can work without distraction. Their latest model is better than ever with a 40-hour battery life and comfortable ergonomic design for all-day wear, and with Raycon's quick charge function, just 15 minutes of charging yields 2 hours of battery life. Raycon's everyday headphones start at half the price of other premium audio brands with similar features, and with a 30-day happiness guarantee return policy, you have nothing to lose. Experience premium sound wherever you go. Head to buyraycon.com/Ryan25 to get 25% off Raycon's best-selling everyday headphones. Yeah, while it's not strictly speaking about the Wizard of Oz, Yellow Brick Road uses it as a literal in-world reference to set up its uniquely bizarre yet strangely compelling premise. In 1940, the entire population of Friar, New Hampshire decided to one day follow an unmarked trail into the northern wilderness for unknown reasons, only for a search party to later discover multiple bodies of missing townsfolk, some of which had frozen to death while others had been slaughtered, with the rest having simply disappeared. However, one sole survivor emerged, but during their police interview, they remained erratic and distressed, and soon erupted into psychotic behavior over painful, disturbing sounds that investigators couldn't hear for themselves. The film puts us into the present-day shoes of Teddy Barnes, as he collects the now declassified documents in the hopes of co-authoring a new book about the mysterious happenings with his wife Melissa. From the vague background it gives us, I got this subtle impression of a forlorn and troubled man, someone who seemed to be struggling to find success in his work, as implied by Melissa's concerns of dissatisfaction should the expedition ultimately go nowhere. In fact, Walter makes an accidentally snide remark that Teddy has transitioned into teaching because he couldn't do what he loved, hence the desire to throw everything into this one expedition. For the journey, they recruit a forestry expert called Cy, an intern called Jill, two sibling chartographers called Erin and Daryl, and their psychologist an eerie tone with the grainy, morbid photographs and unresting quietness. The setup of the actual expedition is fairly muted and pedestrian. The characters are all pretty beige for the most part, and it lacks a certain visual punch to make it engaging, but once they begin their search for the trio only to immediately hit a dead end within the town, suddenly that severely downplayed atmosphere I initially viewed as a negative began to evoke a chilling sense of otherworldliness. Something just doesn't feel right. In fact, there's an acute uncanniness to its delivery. It's obviously made on a super low budget, which I assume explains its limited production value, but that lack of cinematic presence, let's call it, started to work for me, especially when events inevitably begin to escalate. The presumed coordinates of the trio, according to the documents, leads them to an empty movie theater, where Teddy and the crew are left deflated, where it's all likely a non-starter. But after chatting with a theater employee called Liv, who desperately pleads to go on the journey, she offers to lead them to the beginning of the elusive road that the town seemingly tried to hide. While the current town remains hostile and evasive of the events, Liv explains that her grandfather was irregularly around during the events of 1940, and that the town was strangely fixated on the movies, particularly Wizard of Oz, which was seen as a much-needed escapism during the Great Depression and Second World War. Now, I'll probably lose some people, but here's the thing. Once you get past the surface of the concept, there's a surprising poignancy to how Wizard of Oz is used as a meta-reference to explain why the town wandered off into the wilderness to begin with. It's said the trail was nicknamed Yellow Brick Road because the people of Friar curiously believed it would lead to a god or wizard of sorts, and thus making it home to Emerald City is a neatly fitting, if far-fetched, allegory for people desperately seeking sanctuary in a time of great unrest, uncertainty, and wartime destruction. Admittedly, it took a bit of mental gymnastics to wrap my head around it at first, but as I was reflecting on what little information the film actually gives you, mixed with how surreal and dreamlike the journey increasingly becomes, I began to realize that the film is unapologetically Lovecraftian. On the surface, I do get the general comparison to Devil's Pass in how growingly absurd it becomes with its jarring implementation of Wizard of Oz, but Yellow Brick Road surprisingly makes a thoughtfully genuine thematic point with it when you consider both Liv and Teddy's personal motivation for following the trio. To be honest, like Mothman Prophecies, I expected to come in and just have fun with this one. I have no expectation of going deep with it, but it will help to better contextualize the madness that transpires. As Liv explains to Teddy, she has no family or purpose at home, and seems obsessed with the idea of knowing if this road truly leads to the metaphorical haven of Emerald City, where she hopes answers may lie. She expresses she's tried to take the road before while drinking around the outskirts, as though to suggest she's troubled and in search of a solution to her profound sadness. In fact, she even later admits that her story about her grandfather was a lie, so she
my god, what the fuck are you doing here?
Loneliness of which revealing itself as a recurring sentiment amongst the rest of the party.
Oh my god.
Where the Lovecraftianism truly clicked for me was late in the film, where Liv has an existential nihilistic rant about life being nothing more than birth, death, and the meaningless existence we have in between. She describes the trio as a way out, a light at the end of a dark, treacherous tunnel. There's a religious connotation on display where it seemingly understands what people want, but whether it truly gives them what they want is the answer she sorely seeks. Teddy, on the other hand, is kind of in the same boat. He seems vacant and lost for most of the journey, and clearly lacks much of a plan or forethought into how this expedition might play out. It becomes apparent near the end that he's dissatisfied with his life, and his motive is likely pure selfishness. Perhaps this trio might give him the purpose he also seeks, hence his fixation on making it to the end regardless of what happens to his party, especially when ambiguously spiritual, supernatural, and nightmarish undertones begin to arise. The film establishes two curious elements. The first is that each day, Walter conducts psychological evaluations and begins noticing worrying signs of disorientation, memory loss, and sudden erratic behavior amongst the group. There's an acute hostility that arises seemingly out of nowhere, as though the wilderness itself is having an hallucinatory effect on them, especially when the second curious element throws all expectations out the window. Not long into their journey, the group begin hearing invitingly quirky 1940s music blaring in the distance with a strangely ethereal tone, which they come to assume might be the elusive Emerald City that the townsfolk originally hiked towards. Not only that, their GPS soon stops working, and the sibling chartographers are left baffled at how nonsensical their tracing coordinates have become, with the only coordinates that do seem to make sense are the ones leading further north towards the mysterious Emerald City music. Reflecting back on Liv's remarks about what the trio may mean, it basically started to insinuate to me that the group have been absorbed into some sort of purgatorial time vortex where the only direction they can go is towards the end of the trio. In fact, when they later try to turn around and head south when shit hits the fan, the music only grows harsher and more aggressive, as though forcing them to accept the one inescapable path forward, evoking the sense that an omnipotent Lovecraftian presence is pulling them towards it. However, before that revelation, the shit that hits the fan, so to speak, is when the siblings get into an argument over equipment, which causes Daryl to suddenly and barbarically tear his sister apart like an animal and bail deeper into the wilderness. By this point, the film was firmly playing into its uncanny valley avant-garde nature that it began reminding me of Antrim, the deadliest film ever made, which which goes to reinforce that at the Mountains of Madness theme of the characters all going insane. It's also worth bearing in mind there's no monsters or spooky sightings throughout the entire journey. It really leans into its vagueness, even subtly throwing in details like one or two of them potentially eating poison berries when their food rations dry up, suggesting it could all be in their head. Anyway, Teddy and Cy track down and subdue Daryl, who has their coordinates to get back home, but he only ends up escaping during their painful efforts to turn back, which properly leans on the Wizard of Oz theme when they also see Erin's mangled corpse posed like a scarecrow. Undeterred, Cy decides to soldier on by force, even taking Liv with him, only for them to grow closer before Cy admits he shares the same homicidal urges as Daryl, and eventually requests that Liv restrain him and snap his neck, not only to protect her, but to also do it out of mercy? At this point, it gets very convoluted, but my theory going forward was that only those with the strongest willpower will reach Emerald City, while the others are doomed to the purgatory of the wilderness to succumb to an inconsequential mere mortal demise.
Please don't kill me.
After Teddy abandons the rest
Please
of
don't kill me.
the trio, Walter and Melissa soon leave Jill behind after she eats their remaining food, leading her to depressively walk off a cliff. Walter soon confesses his romantic interest in Melissa and admits he was never able to move past it, hence his third-wheeling closeness with Teddy and Melissa as though trying to stave off loneliness. And the next morning, Melissa finds Walter has offed himself. In the vein of Lovecraft, the point seems to be that these characters die when they stop following the road, or metaphorically speaking, when they fall back into their old ways or weaknesses. Melissa is then unceremoniously murdered by Daryl, who's been hiding in some random cave this entire time, only for him to be then hunted down by Liv, who succumbs to the poisonous berries. That leaves us with Teddy, the only character to truly follow the trail to the end. Does that make him the strongest? Not necessarily, but his last communication with the already dead Melissa sees him ask her to go home with Walter and move on without him, as though he's able to break away
So I got
from
the
his old
location.
life. Emerald City, here we come, and where does it lead us? Back to the very same vintage movie theater from the beginning. While most likely still in some sort of dimension, Teddy encounters the owner of the theater who was mentioned by Liv at the beginning, suggesting he is the wizard deity they've always been seeking. Perhaps he is the gatekeeper of escapism from the miserable world the town and Teddy look to get away from. In fact, when Teddy first obtains the documents, I believe the mysterious receptionist he speaks to is actually the same guy, particularly when he tells Teddy to enjoy the show, as though his fate has been determined this entire time. The owner tells Teddy the others have already arrived at their individual destinations, and now it's time for Teddy to come sit inside the purgatory of the movie theater, benumbed by the lights and sounds of the screen, and forget about reality. We get a glimpse of the spirits of the townsfolk surrounding Teddy, but what Teddy sees on the screen isn't sanctuary, but rather a hell within itself, as Melissa's corpse is hung like Erin's, declaring to a screaming, terrified Teddy that this is their home now. It's jarringly out of nowhere, but it insinuates some end-of-the-world type prophecy, which is even foreshadowed when Teddy first meets Liv in the same theater where she's watching a movie about said end-of-the-world. It actually kind of ends like in The Mouth of Madness, where, assuming Teddy emerges like the sole survivor in 1940, the impression it leaves is that Teddy is now insane and knowing the end of the world is near, and something does in fact watch over us. But, like in the vein of most Lovecraftian narratives, our existence is powerless to do anything about it.
Girder Shade! Okay. Okay, I remember this. Gotta go find her all the Nuka-Cola quantums. Let's go see Miss Petrova. I think this, yeah, Sierra Petrovita. We see her again in Fallout 4, and this is Mr. Ronald, whatever his name is.
Sierra Petrovita's the name. Good to see a new face in Girder Shade. I take it you're here to check out my Nuka-Cola collection and take the tour. I have one of the best Nuka-Cola collection in the capital wasteland. Heck, I've won the Nuka-Cola Fan Club Collection Award for the last 10 years in a row. Yep, I'm the president, the recording secretary, and the treasurer. Once a year, we gather here in Girder Shade to have a cook-off using Nuka-Cola in the recipe. Last year, I went with my poached roach and Nuka sauce. Delicious. Well, only 2 right now, me and Ronald. But membership is open to the public. You can join if you like.
Baby.
Ronald? Oh, I'm sorry. I figured you met him already. He usually chats with people who enter Girder Shade. He's my neighbor and my protector, as he calls it. Imagine if some nasty raider wanted to take my stuff. He'd show them a thing or two. He's such a sweetie. You should talk to him.
Come on, go up there. Go up there. Go up there.
He's a darling, always watching out for me, and more importantly, keeping the collection safe. Like once, there were these raiders that came by. There were 3 of them, and their leader was named, like, Lugnut or something. So they, like, kicked in Ronald's door, and he was like, blam, with his gun, and one of them got all splattered. Then the other one tried to, like, hit him all in his head with some club. And Ronald was so cool how he dodged it and shot the guy in the face. Then the Lugnut guy was in Ronald's face with the "I'll kick your ass" stuff, and Ronald was like, hell no, and he punched the... Oh, sorry. I get carried away sometimes. Well, you should definitely talk to Ronald. I bet he'd like to meet you. I sure did. Want to take it now? How can you resist? This stuff is so cool. Well, come on then. Let me show you around. But no free Nuka-Cola until the end of the tour.
Fair.
When Nuka-Cola was invented by John Caleb Braverton in 2044, it quickly became the world's most popular soft drink. The Wonder Drink soon drew a dedicated following, which prompted the Nuka-Cola Corporation to release many promotional items like these.
Ooh, bottle caps. I didn't even see these here last time.
By 2067, a Nuka-Cola machine such as this rare, pristine model could be found on almost every street in America. Even in today's crazy world, Nuka-Cola is still the #1 choice of refreshment among Armageddon survivors. As promised, here's a little pick-me-up. An ice-cold Nuka-Cola. Just look at the frost on the bottle. So cold and delicious. Pardon me. I tend to lose myself when I hold on to a Nuka-Cola. Before I get to the little proposition I have for you, let me tell you a little bit about Nuka-Cola Quantum. Well, right before the bombs fell, the good folks at Nuka-Cola developed what they hoped was an improvement on the original formula. Calling it Nuka-Cola Quantum. It was said to have twice the calories, twice the carbohydrates, twice the caffeine, and twice the taste. Well, the flavor certainly wasn't the issue. The public was just split on the unique feature of the quantum's appearance. You see, to make it stand out on store shelves and to give it that extra kick, the formula called for a mild isotope. The effect was a drink that not only boosted your energy, but also glowed with a bright blue light.
I'll be right back. I got food. 1 second.
Oh no, only ever so mildly. No ill effects were ever recorded. Well, it does have the unique property of making your pee glow. I love the stuff. I can't get enough of it. I thought I was hooked on regular Nuka-Cola, but the Quantum beats it by a long shot. I've got to have more.
She's straight lush for this stuff.
That's right. You bring me Nuka-Cola Quantum, and I pay you. Handsomely, I might add. For every bottle you bring me, I pay you some caps. You know, for expenses. But if you're super cool and find like enough bottles to fill my Nuka-Cola machine, 30 in all, I've got a super secret cool prize for you. Oh, okay. I have a schematic for the Nuka grenade. The only one in the whole capital wasteland. Bring me the bottles, and it's yours.
Fuck
Imagine
yeah.
the look on the target's face when they are burning alive in an effervescent explosion of cola and fruit flavors. So, what do you say? Will you bring me the bottles?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Oh, goody! I can taste the Quantum already. Good luck to you, sweetie. Well, to the east, there are some nasty raiders in Evergreen Mills. I'd stay away from there if I were you. Luckily, we're kind of hidden here under the old highway, so no one bothers us.
Ah.
Yay! I knew I could count on you. I promised to put them to good use.
So 24 to go.
Hey, anything I can do to help, just ask.
Alright, let's go talk to this Ronald guy.
Hey, pal,
Yeah.
what were you doing in Sierra's place? Because I'm making sure that no one messes with her. She's my girl, you know.
You think that, but I don't think so, bro.
Well, that's likely because it's none of anyone's business but ours. She's one hot lady, though, am I right? Wow, you are as naive as you look. How do I put it? I'd love to do the horizontal bop with her, you know, plow her bean field. Come on, kid. New to this stuff, huh, kid? Well, let's just say that she has something I want to get a hold of. That's where you enter the picture. I know she's asked you to find her some Nuka-Cola Quantum. Heck, she asks everyone that wanders through here. What I'm proposing is you still look for the drinks, but instead of bringing it to her, you bring it to me. She'll be so impressed that I got all the Nuka-Cola for her, she'll melt in my arms like butter. I pay you the same she was going to pay, and everyone's happy. Well, look. Oh, and I wouldn't bother running back to Sierra and warning her. She may be a hottie.
What a piece of shit. glitched. What's up?
I'm trying to figure out the fuse to get my room light back on. My room light went out, and I don't want to screw with the fuses because I don't want to cut you off. Yeah, I don't want to accidentally hit the wrong fuse, man. I don't know if you know what. Yeah. I tried all. Okay, I tried this one. Okay. I don't listen to it.
That's crazy. Alright, let's see. Oh, yeah. think there's a vault under here. So I was right. It's the it's where we need to go find Dad. Your own. See why it was guarded by Mr. Handy.
Huh? Yeah, what is it? Well, all right. Let me count out your cap. Well.
Goddamn. All right, let's go in and get some ammo from Moira.
How are those hot little potatoes? Anyway. It's good hunting.
1991. Yes. A year filled with iconic films like Terminator 2, Beauty and the Beast, and Silence of the Lambs. But for every blockbuster, there's a cinematic faceplant. A movie that tripped over its own ambition and landed face first in financial ruin. And that's where we come in. We're diving into 5 films from 1991 that had all the ingredients for success. Big stars, seasoned directors, and even sometimes some decent scripts. But still managed to bomb harder than a popcorn fire at a movie theater. You're gonna love this. We've got Hulk Hogan fumbling through suburbia in Suburban Commando. Vanilla Ice proving why he should have stayed behind the mic. And Brian Bosworth attempting to tackle Hollywood in Stone Cold. Then there's The Marrying Man, a rom-com so messy behind the scenes that the drama on set was more entertaining than the movie itself. And then there's Dutch, a heartfelt holiday road trip flick that should have been a hit,
Dutch was a good movie,
but instead ended up hitchhiking to nowhere. So grab some popcorn, your favorite beverage, let's settle in, and check out the failed movies from 1991. Before we get started, I'd just like to thank all of our regular viewers for coming back and supporting us. Well, I should say supporting me. Sorry about that. Thank you for supporting me. I really enjoy this. This is a lifelong dream. Well, not to be on YouTube, but to be producing my own show. But what I'd like to say is I've officially gone full time. So I'm going to be trying to step up the production value on this. And I'm going to try to get a little bit more personal with everyone and just have a little bit more connection with the audience. Because why the hell not? We're keeping the same format. We're just trying to improve it, make it a bit more professional. Everything I did on this channel before, I had a full-time job while I was doing it. And I was miserable at that job, and it's because of you guys that I was able to leave that job. And as a thank you, I'm trying to improve things around here. Let's get right into the video because we've got some funny stuff to show you today. Just the fact that there's a Hulk Hogan movie and a Vanilla Ice movie from the same year gonna be in the same video on the review, you can't miss it. You cannot miss it. Coming up right now. Coming in at number 5 is Suburban Commando. I hope I'm not the only one that confuses Suburban Commando with that Hulk Hogan nanny movie. Because up until I started research for this video, I thought they were the same movie. Now, the movie wasn't a colossal failure. They did manage to bring in $8 million at the box office. However, it cost $11 million to make. And once you factor in marketing and advertising, there's millions of dollars lost on the table on this one. The plot? Well, buckle up because it's a good one. Alien warrior Shep, played by Hulk Hogan, is forced to take a vacation on Earth after a failed rescue mission. He ends up rooming with a suburban family and chaos ensues. Classic, right? Think E.T. meets pro wrestling, but with way more spandex. The movie featured a couple other recognizable characters, or actors, Shelley Duvall and Christopher Lloyd. But the most interesting thing about this movie, and I hope I'm not alone on this, but the best effing thing about this movie is The Undertaker. Mark Calloway, aka The Undertaker, actually appears in this movie.
Yes, he does.
Before he was like a big star. So that is the coolest thing about this movie. There is absolutely nothing else cool about it. Rumor has it that the 2 original starring roles were offered to Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now, I couldn't find anything to back that up, so it's not gospel, but it's very possible because they both did twins instead. So what exactly went wrong with this movie? I'm gonna say casting. And when I say casting, I mean the lead role. Hulk Hogan cannot act. He can do little segments, but he cannot carry a full-length feature film. I know a lot of people out there are huge Hulkamaniacs, but I've put together a little compilation to prove a point. Here's what I like to call Hulk Hogan in Suburban Commando.
Ramsey. Going up? Let me give you a hand. Going down. Again?
My cat!
Are you sure? Positive?
Bye, kitty!
Yeah.
Thanks.
Get a goldfish.
You know, in the end, Suburban Commando became more of a punchline than a hit. But hey, if nothing else, it gave us that wonderful image of Hulk Hogan in space armor. That's something, right? I don't know why, but this is my favorite scene from the movie.
What is that doing? Huh? What are you doing here? What are you, huh? You unbelievable!
Coming in at number 4 is Cool as Ice.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Check this though. If you need me, I'll be right over there. She won't. Yeah, we'll see about that. Oh yeah, Cat. Words of wisdom. Drop that 0 and get with the hero. Excuse me? See you later, Dick. It's Nick. Oh yeah, Nick.
Now, if you grew up in this era, chances are that you went to school with somebody who thought they were Vanilla Ice. And if you didn't, chances are you were that person. If anyone ever asks you what life was like in the early 90s, show them this movie. Because it has all the stereotypes that you would find in an early 90s movie. It has everything. The one thing that fascinated me was the designs in the hair, because I had completely forgot about that. And it was a huge thing during this era, because not only did the hip-hop dudes get it, but the rednecks also got like tracks. Remember tracks? Remember people had tracks and stuff? It was a big thing. So when I saw Rob Van Winkle, Vanilla Ice, whatever the hell his name is, with the bricks etched into his head, it reminded me of this kid that I went to high school with. He always had different designs in his hair. It really captures the era. The era, like the hokey hip-hop era. Not even like the for real hip-hop era. Cool as Ice was released on October 18th, 1991. It's about motorcycle riding, swaggering rapper Johnny, who gets stuck in a small town and falls for a girl who just happens to be in the witness protection program. For real, that's the plot. The motorcycle breaks down, they get stuck in a small town, he falls in love with this girl that just happens to be in the witness protection program for some stupid reason. The budget for this movie was an estimated $11 million. It made $1.2 million at the box office. And in an interview with VH1, Vanilla Ice said that he got paid $1 million to do the movie. So if you want to talk about failures, this is it right here. This is it. At the time, Vanilla Ice was riding high on his wave of popularity, but even his star power wasn't enough to save the movie from financial disaster. In the end, it felt more like a 90-minute Vanilla Ice music video. Turns out, a thin plot, questionable acting, and a whole lot of 90s kitsch weren't the ingredients for box office success. Coming in at number 3 is Stone Cold.
Tough enough and crazy enough to take them on.
You just picked up the wrong passenger, buddy!
No, it has nothing to do with WWE or Steve Austin. It has everything to do with Brian Bosworth. Brian Bosworth. So here we go again. If you've never heard of Brian Bosworth, it's okay, because he was a football player who tried to be an actor. It's a pattern that you will see throughout the 90s. They really tried to make sports stars movie stars. Now, you can make the crossover if you look at The Rock or John Cena, but you have to pick the right star to back. You feel me on that? Brian Bosworth, football player turned actor, had a bunch of failed endeavors in the 90s. We've covered them in other videos. Released on May 17th, 1991, Stone Cold tells the story of Joe Huff, a tough Alabama cop played by Brian Bosworth, who gets blackmailed by the FBI into infiltrating a violent Mississippi biker gang. Think Point Break, but with more leather and fewer waves. Hollywood had high hopes for Brian Bosworth, a former professional football player with the look and attitude of a leading man. Unfortunately, what he brought in style, he lacked in acting chops. Much like Hulk Hogan, the leap from sports icon to movie star just wasn't in the cards, no matter how hard the industry pushed. So, the film had a estimated budget of $25 million. The return at the box office was a measly 9.1. Now, I'm not going to get into details about marketing and all these other costs. I know people in the comments like to say, oh, you didn't factor this and that in. This is for entertainment. I am not a professional accountant, okay? All I know is the budget was $25 million and they made 9.1 at the box office. In my book, that's a failure. But to be fair, not all the blame actually goes on Brian Bosworth himself. Right in the middle of shooting this movie, they changed directors. And the director that came in had a different vision, of course, than the original director. So the movie can sometimes feel, well, always feel a bit disconnected. It's just basically a bunch of action scenes, a bunch of fighting, and not really much plot. In the end, Stone Cold was more of a cinematic pothole than a breakout hit, serving as a cautionary tale about the limits of star power and the importance of a solid production plan. Number 2, The Marrying Man.
I've been out with every starlet from Paramount to Warner Bros.
Okay.
But that was before I met Adele.
I have to be straight up honest with the audience. I struggled to watch this entire movie. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember the whole thing because I zoned out through half of the thing. But the research I did do on this, I paid very close attention. Honestly, this is just not my type of movie. I think the movie sucked. Boring, sucked. But here's everything I know about it. Released on April 5th, 1991, The Marrying Man was written by celebrated playwright Neil Simon. Starred Kim Basinger and Alec Baldwin. The story follows a millionaire playboy who heads to Las Vegas and ends up married to a woman he barely knows. You know, that sounds very familiar. While the premise had potential, the movie is remembered less for its plot and more for the chaos that unfolded behind the scenes. The production was plagued by reports of diva-like behavior from the two stars, who were actually dating at the time. According to numerous accounts, Alec Baldwin threw violent temper tantrums, hurling chairs, smashing camera lenses, denting his trailer, and swearing at crew members. Meanwhile, Kim refused to do extra takes, demanded frequent delays to fix her hair, and famously insulted Neil Simon himself, reportedly telling him, "This isn't funny. Whoever wrote this doesn't understand comedy." Simon, understandably frustrated, just walked off the set. All that drama led to significant delays in the production, causing the budget to balloon to an estimated $26 million. And, unfortunately, since it's on this list, only managed to bring in roughly $12.5 million at the box office. With so much behind-the-scenes turmoil, it's really hard to pinpoint who's to blame. Was it the volatile stars, the disrupted production, or just a film that couldn't live up to its potential? One thing is for sure, The Marrying Man became a case study on how not to mix romance, egos, and movie making. Guys, coming in at number 1, purposely put this as number 1 because this movie's good. This movie's my favorite on this list. So coming in at number 1 is Dutch.
To a flight on Wednesday, and I expect you to be on it.
Forget it! I'm not coming home to spend a holiday with you or the idiot you're sharing the house with, okay?
He is not sharing the house with me, and he is hardly an idiot.
Now, how this movie flopped is beyond me. It's a John Hughes film. It's a holiday film. It's a road trip film. It's a buddy film. It's funny. But like a lot of other movies, people just didn't see it in theaters. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad movie. Now, I know there are a lot of people that could care less about this movie, but the ones who grew up in exactly my era love this movie, I swear. If I'm wrong, tell me in the comments, but 91, I was 10. And I still love this movie to this very day. Released on July 19th, 1991. Dutch also featured Jo Beth Williams and a young Ethan Randall, now known as Ethan Embry.
You know what? You're like a great big demented child.
It's funny to see Ethan this young because he was also in Empire Records.
Yep.
Now you really have to look at him, and when you look at him, you'll know. You're like, whoa, that is that guy from Empire Records. But then you realize he was also in that movie Vegas Vacation as Papa Giorgio. It's the same kid. I don't know. I just get a kick out of that. I don't know why, but you kind of see him in 3 different eras of his life.
If the clothes make the
story
man,
follows Dutch
then here
Dooley,
are the means
working
to
class
remake
good guy
yourself.
played by Ed O'Neill, who volunteers to pick up his girlfriend's son from prep school.
There's no better way for 2 guys to get to know each other than to spend a couple of days in a car.
What he doesn't realize, though, is that the kid is a spoiled, friendless brat who makes the trip anything but easy. The movie is both heartfelt and funny, and honestly,
Yes.
I try to watch it every year around Thanksgiving. But while it holds a special place in the hearts of many, including me, the box office told a very different story. With a budget of $17.5 million, the film only managed to bring in 4.5, making it an absolute commercial failure. Fun fact for you guys, Ed O'Neill and Ethan Embry would reunite on that show Dragnet, which came out in 2003, you know, the remake of the original Dragnet show. So what do you think? Do you think Dutch was unfairly overlooked? Or does the box office tell the truth? Let us know in the comments if you're a fan or not. As always, friends, thank you for watching. I hope you like the new format. If you don't, if you absolutely hate it, you're more than welcome to leave comments. But I'm loving it. Anyways, thank you guys. If you enjoy this stuff, please subscribe. So check out that other channel. I will see you in the next one. Peace.
I'm gonna have you prosecuted for this.
Oh, you mean like in big people's court? Or some school teen court? Where if I'm found guilty, I gotta roll naked in the snow. Make a bed with my teeth.
How you doing, viewer? Some late night Fallout 3 and whatever's on.
In the vast multiverse created by Stephen King, amid the horrors of haunted hotels, possessed cars, and malevolent clowns, there exists a benevolent cosmic entity of immense importance, Maturin the Turtle. This ancient being represents creation and compassion, standing in stark contrast to the destructive forces that typically drive King's narratives. Recently, Maturin transcended fiction when paleontologists named a newly discovered fossil of a giant prehistoric turtle, Peltocephalus maturin, in honor of King's character. This magnificent creature bridges mythology, literature, and science in a fascinating convergence of worlds. Before we go into our explanation, we have a very small request. If you like our content, please support us by subscribing to our channel. This is a small click for you, but for us, it means a lot. Thank you. Let's begin. The Cosmic Turtle of It. Maturin makes his most notable appearance in King's 1986 novel It, where he serves as the natural enemy and counterforce to the malevolent entity known as It, or Pennywise the Dancing Clown. In the novel, Maturin is described as an ancient wise being that exists in the macroverse, a realm beyond our conventional understanding of time and space. Bill Denbrough, the leader of the Losers Club, encounters Maturin during the Ritual of Children, a psychic battle against Pennywise. King portrays Maturin as a compassionate entity who, while not directly intervening in the struggle against it, provides guidance and support to the children fighting against the cosmic evil. It refers to Maturin as old, lazy and stupid, highlighting the antagonism between these two primordial forces. It representing consumption, death and fear, while Maturin embodies creation, protection and life. A key aspect of Maturin's mythology in the novel is that he allegedly created our universe by accident. As described in King's work, Maturin had a stomachache and vomited, and that ejection became our universe. This bizarre creation myth emphasizes both the accidental nature of existence and positions Maturin as a fundamental force of creation, an architect of reality itself, however unintentional that creation might have been. Maturin in the Dark Tower series. Maturin's significance extends beyond it into King's magnum opus, the Dark Tower series. In this expansive narrative, Maturin is identified as one of the 12 Guardians of the Beams, cosmic forces that support the Dark Tower, which in turn holds together all realities and dimensions in King's universe. In Wizard and Glass, the fourth book in the Dark Tower series, King includes a poem about Maturin. See the turtle of enormous girth. On his shell, he holds the earth. His thought is slow, but always kind. He holds us all within his mind. On his back, all vows are made. He sees the truth, but maintains. He loves the land and loves the sea, and even loves a child like me. Let's break down this poem to see what Stephen King really meant here. His thought is slow, but always kind. Here, King attributes two key characteristics to Maturin: slowness of thought, suggesting ancient wisdom and careful deliberation, and inherent kindness, contrasting with the malevolent forces in King's universe. He holds us all within his mind. This line implies that Maturin possesses a form of omniscience, aware of all beings and events. It suggests a deep connection between the turtle and all of creation. On his back, all vows are made. Maturin is portrayed as a witness and keeper of oaths, emphasizing its role in maintaining cosmic order and balance. He sees the truth, but mains aid. This line encapsulates a central paradox of Maturin's existence. It has knowledge of all truths, yet it is constrained in its ability to directly intervene. This limitation adds depth to Maturin's character, explaining why it doesn't simply solve all problems in King's narratives. He loves the land and loves the sea. Maturin's love encompasses all aspects of creation, both terrestrial and aquatic, suggesting its role as a guardian of the entire world.
There's a lot.
And even loves a child like me. The poem concludes by bringing the cosmic down to the personal level. Despite Maturin's immense power and responsibility, it still cares for individual beings, even children. Through this poem, King masterfully blends cosmic scale with personal intimacy, creating a memorable and meaningful representation of Maturin and the turtle that resonates throughout his interconnected works. One turtle or two? The debate. An interesting question arises among King scholars and fans. Are the turtle in It and the Guardian of the Beam, named Maturin in the Dark Tower series, the same entity? The connection is never explicitly confirmed by King within his works. Some fans argue that they must be different entities because the Guardian of the Beam, Maturin, is described as having been built by the Great Old Ones with technology similar to Shardik, the Bear Guardian that appears in the Dark Tower books. This technological origin seems incompatible with the cosmic primordial nature of the turtle in It. Others argue that they are indeed the same entity, pointing to consistent descriptions and the interconnected nature of King's multiverse. Some theorize that the real cosmic Maturin was replaced by a technological version created by the Great Old Ones as the original universe began to break down, a theme consistent with the gradual decay of reality portrayed in the Dark Tower series. The name Maturin itself comes from outside King's imagination. King borrowed it
Now
from
what the hell are
Patrick
you
O'Brien's
doing all the
novel,
way out
HMS
here?
Surprise. in which Stephen Maturin is a character who names a giant tortoise. This layering of references
That's
demonstrates
great, but
King's
I got
tendency
bigger
to
problems
build
than being
his
the town
fictional
post office
universe
right now.
through a network
The
of
shit's about to hit
interconnected
the fan in
illusions.
this cesspool, and I don't
Maturin's
think I can stop them.
in the macroverse and beyond.
Well, at first
To
they do their
understand
typical
Maturin
gang
fully,
bullshit.
one must grasp
You know,
the
break
complex
stuff and make lots of
cosmology
noise.
King's fictional
But they always
multiverse.
kept their
At the
distance.
beginning of everything
But this
is
last
the
time
Prim,
they went
a
too
place
far.
of primordial
They
chaos
killed
filled
all
with
of our
demons
Brahmin.
and monsters.
I mean, that's
From
our
this
lifeblood
chaotic
out here,
realm
you know.
emerged a benevolent entity known as Gan to establish the
Look,
macroverse,
you can call me
which
crazy if
contains
you
our
want,
reality
but there
and
is something
all
odd
parallel
about those
dimensions.
creeps.
Gan's purpose
I mean,
is to
they got the
maintain
guns and they
structure
got the
of all
muscle.
existing
Why
realities
don't they
and
just
keep
bust
the
down our
monsters of
doors
the
and
Prim
take us out
contained.
already?
The Dark
We're
Tower
really in a
serves
bad
as
way.
the central
We could
axis
use some
of this
help.
multiverse, supported by beams that are
I don't want to
internal,
take my eyes off
guarded
the
by
route here.
totemic animals,
There's no telling when the
including
family will
Maturin the
return.
turtle. Maturin
Can you
and
do me a
Pennywise
favor
are
and
described
check on
as
the
having
other people's
existed
houses
in the
here?
macroverse together,
You know, make sure
long
they're doing
before
okay.
conventional concepts
Speak
of
with
time
Davis
and space
West,
were established.
Karen
They
Shenzi, and
represent
Ken Ewers.
opposing primordial forces: creation versus destruction, compassion
I
versus
can't take that.
consumption, that have been
You're
locked
just going to have
in
to bring it
cosmic
to the West
opposition
yourself.
since before the universe began. In King's cosmology,
There used to be
Maturin's
more
relationship
families
to
living
Gan,
here.
the
Most
ultimate
of them
creator
have
figure,
dismantled their
is
shacks and
somewhat
moved on to
ambiguous.
greener pastures.
Some interpretations
Those
suggest
that are still
Maturin
living
was
here are
directly
keeping themselves
created by
indoors,
Gan and
thanks to the
serves as a
family.
kind of lieutenant or subsidiary creative force.
I think they live
this would
somewhere
explain why
east or
Maturin is
northeast of
credited
here.
with creating our
Problem
specific
is,
universe,
they always travel
while
in the
Gan
dark,
is responsible
so I
for
can't
the
see
entire
exactly where they
multiverse
go.
structure. This
There's all
hierarchical
kinds of places they could be hiding,
mirrors many
like
real-world
Hamilton's Hideaway,
mythological systems,
the old
where a
Moonbeam
supreme
Cinema,
deity
or
delegates
Northwest Seneca
creative
Metro
powers to
Station.
lesser gods or demiurges. Maturin thus occupies a
Just
middle
what-
position in the cosmic hierarchy, immensely powerful from a human perspective, yet still subordinate to higher forces in the grand scheme of King's universe. Maturin versus Pennywise, the cosmic enemies. The opposition between Maturin and Pennywise represents one of the most fundamental dichotomies in King's work. Pennywise is described as a being of pure consumption. It feeds on fear and literally devours children. Its true form is incomprehensible to the human mind, which can only process it as a giant spider-like entity. The dancing clown represents entropy, fear, and the destructive aspects of existence. Maturin, conversely, represents creation, kindness, and protection. While it consumes, Maturin creates. While it operates through fear, Maturin works through compassion and guidance. This opposition is so fundamental that it transcends the specific narrative of Derry, Maine, and speaks to King's broader thematic interests in the struggle between creative and destructive impulses in the universe. In it, Maturin serves as a distant but crucial ally to the children of the Losers Club. During the ritual of Chud, Bill Denbrough's consciousness travels beyond our reality and encounters Maturin. The turtle provides guidance that helps the children understand how to combat Pennywise, not through physical strength, but through belief and unified purpose. This indirect assistance reflects Maturin's constrained
Makes
role.
sense,
He
makes sense.
sees the truth but mayn't aid in direct intervention. Instead, Maturin embodies the possibility of overcoming seemingly insurmountable evil through wisdom, unity, and belief. In the final confrontation with the monstrous clown, the memory and inspiration of Maturin help the adult Losers Club members confront their childhood fears and defeat the ancient evil once again. Maturin's ancient precedents across cultures. Stephen King's conception of Maturin draws on a rich tradition of world turtle myths that span numerous cultures across the globe. These myths feature a giant turtle, or tortoise, that supports or contains the world. In Hindu mythology, the world turtle is known as Apupara, or sometimes Chukwa. One reference to this concept appears in Hindu literature around 1500
Yes.
CE,
Who is
where
it?
the author, Jnana Raja, asks rhetorically
Oh, he
why
did?
a deity in the form of
Well,
a
it's about
tortoise
damn
could
time he
hold
did
the earth
something.
in the sky
Come on
for
in, I'll
billions
unlock
of
the
years,
door.
given its inconceivable potency. Chinese mythology includes a giant
nice
sea
to see a
turtle
friendly new
named
face
Io.
around here.
According to
It's been a
legend,
long time.
the creator
The name's
goddess
Karen
Nuwa
Shenzi.
cut off the legs of this cosmic turtle and used them to prop up the sky after it had been damaged by another god. While this isn't quite the same as
Scared
carrying
out of
the
my
world on
mind.
its back,
I'm glad he's
it still
checking on us,
positions
but
a
until
turtle
someone
as
nips the
crucial
problem
to
in the
maintaining
bud, we
cosmic
may as well
order.
stay inside
the world
forever.
turtle concept appears to have independently developed
What?
in Native American
Oh my
mythologies as
God.
well. In the
King
creation
has to do
stories
something
of
about
the
this
Lenape
now.
and Iroquois peoples,
Tell him to get off
the
his
earth
ass
is
and hunt
formed
those
as
bastards
soil
down.
is piled on the back of a great sea turtle, which continues to grow until it supports the entire world. Many indigenous
scared
tribes in North
shitless.
America still refer
Evan
to the
King's
continent
got everyone
as
so
Turtle
worked up
Island
about
to
the
this
family,
day.
no
But
one
why
wants to
turtles?
set foot outside.
The prevalence of the
That
world
asshole
turtle
runs the
myth
show.
across disparate
But does he
cultures
really do
raises
anything
an
about our
intriguing
problem?
question.
No.
Why turtles specifically? Several theories have been proposed by anthropologists and mythologists.
Sure.
Turtles are long-lived creatures
Just like
that
everyone
carry
else.
their homes on their backs,
What's
making
up?
them natural symbols for stability, endurance,
He's a
and
spineless
protection.
wimp.
Their domed
His best
shells
solution
might
to the
evoke
family
curved
is to
shape
stay
of the
inside our
sky
homes and
or
hide.
heavens in
What does that tell
pre-scientific
them?
cosmologies.
It tells them that
Furthermore,
we can be pushed
the
around
turtle's
whenever
habit
they
of
want.
emerging from
I'm
water
sick of
onto
it.
land
And I'm
might
sick of
symbolize
King.
the emergence of solid ground from primordial waters.
All they do is
a common
terrorize
theme
us.
in many
They
creation
taunt us
myths.
to open our
By
doors,
drawing on this
throw
rich
bottles at our houses,
cross-cultural
and
tradition,
scream at us.
King connects his cosmic turtle
If I
to
knew King had
universal
my back,
mythological
I'd
patterns,
step outside and
giving
show them
Maturin
just how I
an
feel about their
archetypal
visits,
resonance that
especially
transcends
after
the
this last
specifics
attack.
of his fictional universe. Maturin, the turtle is
Sure.
real when fiction inspires science. In 2024, fiction merged with scientific reality when an international research team led by Dr. Gabriel S. Ferreira from the Senckenberg Center for Human Evolution and Paleoenvironment at the University of Tübingen described a new species of giant turtle from the late Pleistocene. They named this prehistoric turtle
Hello?
Peltocephalus
Is this the
maturin
mailman?
in honor of King's fictional cosmic turtle. The fossil remains, specifically part of the turtle's
Please,
lower jaw,
do come
were
inside.
collected by gold
Let me
miners
unlock the
at
door
the
for you.
Taquaras Quarry in Porto Velho, Brazil. Based on its
What the hell are you
characteristics,
doing in here?
researchers
Get the fuck
determined
out.
it was related to the modern big-headed Amazon turtle, Peltocephalus dumarilianus, but much larger in size. Dr. Ferreira and his team explained their naming choice
for
as
the
a
love
reference
of-
to the
Look,
giant turtle
she's dumber
Maturin,
than a bag of
an
hammers.
overarching
So
protagonist
what
in
the
the Stephen King multiverse, acknowledging the cultural
We're great.
significance
Just
of King's
peachy.
creation
I
and
love
their
sitting in my
scientific
house
work.
with my thumb
What
up my
makes
ass.
Peltocephalus
Tell Mr.
maturin
King
remarkable
that sitting here all
is
day
its
isn't going
enormous
to make us any
size.
safer.
Based on the
We need to
dimensions
take
of the
action.
jawbone, researchers estimated that the
Son
turtle
of
had
a
a shell
bitch.
length of
I
approximately
knew the family were going to
180
cross the line.
centimeters, nearly
It was
6
only a
feet.
matter of time.
This places it
Maybe
among
it's
the
time I
largest
cut my
freshwater
losses and
turtles
ran.
ever discovered.
But it
To
just
put this
isn't
in
fair.
perspective, the
I made my
largest
home
living
here.
freshwater
Why should I
turtles
have to
today
leave?
include the Asian narrow-headed softshell turtle, Chitra chitra,
Everyone is keeping
with a maximum
themselves
shell
safe
length
from the
of
family.
140 centimeters.
If I was you,
and the
I'd
South
do the
American
same.
river turtle,
You want to know more?
Podocnemis expansa,
Talk to Evan King.
at about 110 centimeters.
Well,
Peltocephalus
he's town
maturin
mayor
exceeded
or
both
sheriff
by a
or whatever he
considerable
calls
margin.
himself.
The discovery
He calls
is
all the
particularly
shots.
significant
When he
because
says
giant
to get the heck
freshwater
indoors and
turtles
stay
of this
put, we
size
do
were
that.
previously known primarily from the Miocene epoch, 23 to
They're
5
low-life
million years
scum
ago.
who decided to
Finding
use
such a large
Arafu as their
specimen
own
from the much
personal
more
amusement
recent late
park.
Pleistocene
Oh,
to
they
early
are a
Holocene,
fun bunch.
40,000 to
I'd take a
9,000
shot at
years
them
ago
if I
was
could, but
unexpected
judging from what they
and
did to the
changes our
Bronx, I
understanding
wouldn't
of
live
when
long
these
to tell
giant
about it.
turtles lived. One of the most intriguing aspects of Peltocephalus
Good.
maturin is that it likely coexisted with early human inhabitants
Hello.
of the Amazon
What you
region.
need, darling?
People settled in the Amazon around 12,600 years ago,
Oh,
which
he's
falls
such a
within the time
dear.
frame when this
I must
giant
remember to
turtle
make
was
more
alive.
of those preserves
This
he
raises
loves so
fascinating
much.
questions about potential interactions
Dead tired,
between
I bet, from the
humans
square to-
and these impressive reptiles. Researchers note
Oh
that
my,
large
I
land
don't know.
tortoises have been part
It's-
of the human diet since Paleolithic times, but whether early Americans hunted the more elusive freshwater turtles remains unclear. Did Peltocephalus maturin fall victim to human expansion, as happened
What
with
did they
many
tell
other
you?
megafaunal species? Or did its aquatic lifestyle and
The
probable
family must have
agility
gotten to them in
help
the
it
last
avoid
attack.
human
Sons
predation?
of bitches.
Dr. Ferreira emphasized
Damn
the
it.
need for more data
If only
from
we
late
had more
Pleistocene
men, we
and
could
early
stand up to
Holocene
them.
deposits
I'm
in
sick
the
of them
Amazon
terrorizing
basin
this
to answer
town.
these questions.
Wait a minute.
Nevertheless,
When you
the
searched the
discovery
West
suggests
place,
a tantalizing
did you find
overlap
this on
between
Ian's
these
body?
giant turtles and our our ancestors, potentially
This has to be the
inspiring
work of the
legends
family.
and myths
I've
that
caught
might
that
connect
weirdo
the
leader of
broader
theirs
world
talking to
turtle
Ian
theme.
down by the river.
Absence from
Look,
adaptations.
I know I've
Despite
asked a lot of
maturing
you already,
significance in
but
King's
you have
written
to
work,
find that
the
kid.
Cosmic Turtle
He
has
deserves
been
better than
notably
all this.
absent from screen adaptations of It, neither the 1990 miniseries
Thanks, kid.
nor the recent
You're
film
all right.
duology, 2017 or 2019, included Maturin in any meaningful way. This omission is understandable from a practical standpoint, while an
Bite
evil,
marks on their
shape-shifting
necks.
clown already
That's the
stretches the
strangest thing
boundaries
I've
of
ever heard.
conventional horror.
The family
Introducing a
must have
benevolent
attack dogs
cosmic
with them or
turtle
something.
that created the universe
Oh.
might have pushed these adaptations beyond what
I can't
mainstream
take that.
audiences would accept. The metaphysical and cosmic
Next time I
elements
see
of
the
King's
family-
novel are difficult to translate to screen without seeming absurd or disconnected from the more grounded horror elements. However, some subtle references remain. In the 2017 film adaptation, attentive viewers might notice a Lego turtle in Georgie's room and a turtle made of Legos in a classroom scene. Small nods to the omitted character that fans of the book would recognise. Despite being excluded from mainstream adaptations, Maturin remains a beloved character among King's dedicated readers. Online forums and fan communities continue to discuss the nature of the cosmic turtle, debate its connection to the Dark Tower series, and create artwork depicting their interpretation of this benevolent entity. The enduring appeal of Maturin likely stems from several factors. As a counterbalance to its malevolence, Maturin offers hope in an otherwise dark narrative. The cosmic scale of the character appeals to readers interested in King's broader multiverse, and the connection to worldwide mythological traditions gives Maturin a sense of archetypal significance that resonates beyond the specifics of King's fiction. Maturin the Turtle stands as one of Stephen King's most unique and fascinating creations, a benevolent cosmic entity that serves as counterpoint to the horrors that typically populate his fiction. In a literary universe often dominated by fear, violence, and supernatural malevolence, Maturin represents something different, the possibility of benevolence on a cosmic scale, the creative force that birthed existence itself, and the quiet wisdom that guides heroes against seemingly impossible odds. Through Maturin, King suggests that even in a multiverse filled with horrors, creation ultimately trumps destruction, and compassion remains the most powerful force of all. This brings us to the end of the video. Hope you are liking our Stephen King content. If you liked this video, please drop a subs for us. We'll catch you guys in the next one. Take care and be marvelous.
Oh. Sweet. Yeah, okay. Fair enough, guys. That's weak as fuck. So Crazy Wolfgang got ambushed. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Here's his Brahmin. I'm looking for his Brahmin. Ooh, is that it?
You're not involved in this. You want to keep it that way.
Okay, sir.
Ah, fellow student on the path of the wasteland. Welcome. The type of safety that... It's my pleasure to offer hot death in a variety of exciting flavors. Take your pick. Thanks.
Hey. Hello.
His ramen should be here. It's very odd that his Brahmin isn't either dead or wandering around the area. Very odd that he's gone now too. There was something up here to the right, wasn't there? Ow. I don't think I saved. I most definitely did not. Okay.
about time to go to bed.
So NASA says its Voyager 1 probe, the most distant human-made object in the universe, is sending usable information to Earth again after months of spouting gibberish.
After 45 incredible years cruising through the cosmos, NASA's Voyager 1 is still wowing the world with jaw-dropping revelations. This legendary spacecraft, launched in 1977 to explore the outer planets, has ventured farther than any human-made object in history. Now, a Nobel winner has just revealed that it's sending back data that scientists never thought possible. Could this be the key to unlocking the greatest mysteries of deep space? Taking advantage of a once-in-100, 76 years alignment. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Voyager missions is how they used an exceptional planetary alignment. Planets orbit the Sun at different speeds, and in most years, they are not lined up in a way that makes it easy for a single spacecraft to visit multiple worlds. Yet engineers discovered that in the late 1970s to early 1980s, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune would be arranged so that a single spacecraft could hop from one planet to the next using a carefully devised series of gravity assists. This possibility was known as the Grand Tour. It had surfaced in NASA planning circles in the early 1970s, but there were concerns about cost, complexity, and whether technology was mature enough to make it happen. A complete Grand Tour might involve up to 4 or 5 planetary encounters. Early proposals were indeed elaborate, calling for numerous spacecraft to handle different encounters, but eventually, project managers shaped the concept into what became the 2 spacecraft Voyager mission. This was still cutting edge, but more realistic, given the resources and the technology available. The alignment was crucial because each gravitational slingshot would give the spacecraft a free boost in speed. Without these assists, the mission would have required an impossibly large rocket and massive amounts of fuel that would have made the launches extremely expensive or even impossible. By timing the launches to coincide with the alignment, each Voyager could perform a series of planetary flybys, gather data, then aim itself at the next planet. A small engine, burn here or there, adjusted the path just enough to meet each new target at precisely the right angle and distance. Although Voyager 2 was launched first, on August 20th, 1977, it was actually Voyager 1, launched on September 5th, 1977, that arrived at Jupiter first, because of Voyager 1's faster, shorter trajectory. The decision to name them 1 and 2 was more about mission objectives than launch dates, and it sometimes confuses people who assume the numbering should follow the order of launches. However, NASA wanted Voyager 1 to take a path that would examine Jupiter and Saturn in the most detail, especially Saturn's largest moon Titan. Meanwhile, Voyager 2 had a slightly slower route, which gave it the opportunity to continue onward to Uranus and Neptune if everything went well. Realizing the full potential of this chain of gravity assists involved thousands of calculations, careful scheduling, and precise tracking. Teams at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory worked out the angles with remarkable accuracy, considering that each spacecraft traveled tens of millions of kilometers almost every month. A tiny navigational error at any stage could have thrown off the entire mission plan. Fortunately, both spacecraft stuck to their paths with surprising precision. NASA's ground stations, known collectively as the Deep Space Network, tracked each probe with radio signals and sent course corrections when needed. This alignment, so rare in cosmic terms, let NASA gather a lifetime of planetary science. in just over a decade. It also set up Voyager 1 on a path that would eventually send it well above the plane of the planets, speeding it out toward interstellar space. For Voyager 2, the alignment allowed it to become the first and only spacecraft so far to visit Uranus in 1986 and Neptune in 1989. Once the flybys were done, the alignment had served its key purpose, and the spacecraft were flung away from the Sun on escape trajectory. Although the Grand Tour concept was trimmed from its original multi-probe dream, these two spacecraft alone accomplished one of history's most notable feats of exploration, made possible by a cosmic coincidence that will not come again for a very long time. Innovative spacecraft design and instruments. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 share nearly identical designs, built to operate far from the Sun and record as much scientific data as possible about the environments they pass through. Each spacecraft is roughly the size of a small car, with a large dish antenna on one side and several instrument booms extending outward. This setup is so recognizable that images of the Voyagers often appear in documentaries, science features, and even pop culture references. One of the biggest design challenges was to ensure the spacecraft could survive for years in the cold and radiation-filled depths of space. They had to be tough enough for repeated planetary flybys, where strong gravitational fields and intense fields of charged particles could pose real dangers. Each Voyager is studded with instruments such as cameras, magnetometers, plasma detectors, cosmic ray detectors, and so on. Early in the journey, these instruments captured incredible pictures and readings of planets and moons. As time passed, some cameras and instruments were eventually switched off to save power, but a core set of sensors still gathers data even now. The spacecraft structure centers on a main bus that houses onboard computers, command and data systems, fuel tanks, and other components. Attached to this bus is the large high-gain antenna, which is vital for communications. This antenna must be pointed toward Earth at all times for data transmission. Because the Voyagers are now billions of kilometers away, signals currently can take well over 20 hours just to travel one way, and that time grows every year. Unlike many other missions that rely on solar panels, the Voyager spacecraft use radioisotope thermoelectric generators, RTGs, for power. Solar energy is too weak at Jupiter's distance and beyond to power spacecraft systems effectively. RTGs, by contrast, use the heat from the natural decay of plutonium-238 to generate electricity. This design has allowed the spacecraft to stay operational, even in the dim reaches of the outer solar system and interstellar space. The power does slowly drop over time, and NASA has to ration which instruments stay active. But it's remarkable that both spacecraft are still able to communicate regularly with Earth. Each Voyager also includes gyroscopes and thrusters for attitude control. This is how the spacecraft keep their pointy end, the dish antenna, aimed at Earth, and how they carry out slight orientation changes to operate their instruments. Communication is made possible through NASA's Deep Space Network, a set of antenna stations in California, Spain, and Australia. As the spacecraft grew more distant, NASA upgraded receiver equipment over the decades so the faint signals could still be picked up, pass the data, and make sense of them. Placed on the side of each craft, the famous Golden Record is an intriguing part of Voyager design. Although not a scientific instrument as such, it is a 12-inch gold-plated copper disc containing sounds and images selected to portray the diversity of life on Earth. It has spoken greetings in multiple languages, a range of musical pieces by different cultures, and even encoded images depicting human societies, plants, animals, and our solar system's location. Carl Sagan and others chose the content for the record, hoping it might serve as a cosmic greeting should any extraterrestrial intelligence ever find it. In building these spacecraft, NASA aimed for reliability under harsh conditions. This cautious approach occasionally made some parts heavier or simpler than cutting-edge electronics of the time, but it paid off. The sturdy nature of Voyager architecture partly explains why they have remained active for so long. By moderating voltage voltage levels and power distribution, engineers have been able to keep the key instruments running even as the available power slowly declines. Keeping the spacecraft going this far beyond their planned mission lifetimes is a testament to the robust design strategies used in the 1970s. It's also worth noting that the Voyagers carry backup systems for critical function. For instance, they can switch to backup thrusters or computers if the primary ones fail. This redundancy has helped them endure occasional glitches and keep operating. Over the years, ground controllers have updated the spacecraft's onboard software, pushing them to adapt to changing conditions and new mission phases. Thanks to this adaptable design and robust engineering, the Voyagers remain two of the greatest examples of spacecraft endurance and continuing scientific return decades after launch. Radioisotope power systems and surviving the dark. A key challenge in designing missions to the outer solar system is deciding how to power the spacecraft. Near Earth, satellites can rely on solar panels to generate electricity. Even missions to Mars or the asteroid belt can use solar energy, with panels sized for the weaker sunlight. But beyond Jupiter's orbit, sunlight becomes very dim, enough that large solar panels become impractical. The Voyager spacecraft both use RTGs, which convert heat from the decay of a radioactive material, plutonium-238, into electricity. Radioisotope thermoelectric generators are not new technology. They were used on some earlier missions, like the Pioneer probes and the Apollo Lunar Surface Experiments packages. But Voyager's use of RTGs was especially important, since the craft needed reliability over not just years, but potentially decades. The RTGs supply a few hundred watts of power per spacecraft at the start, gradually declining over time. Even though that might not sound like much electricity, less than a typical household light bulb, it is enough to run the core instruments, telecommunications, computers, and heaters that protect the spacecraft systems from freezing. RTGs are designed with safety in mind. The plutonium-238 is in ceramic form and encapsulated to reduce the risk of scattering radioactive particles in the event of a launch mishap. Fortunately, the Voyager launches were both successful, so these precautions weren't tested. Once in space, the steady warmth from the radioactive material ensures a stable flow of electricity. This was crucial for taking pictures and measurements during planetary flybys, powering the spacecraft's internal systems even when they were operating many astronomical units from the sun. Over the years, as the plutonium decays and the internal components age, the power output declines. Mission planners have to decide which instruments to keep alive. By carefully scheduling instrument usage and hibernating certain subsystems, engineers have managed to conserve enough power so that the Voyagers can still keep sending back data. Eventually, though, the RTGs will not produce enough electricity to run any instruments or keep the antenna aimed properly. Scientists estimate this might happen sometime in the late 2020s or early 2030s, but the precise timeline depends on how the generators degrade and how the spacecraft themselves hold up. Until that day comes, every bit of power is carefully allocated to extend spacecraft life as long as possible. Attitude control systems require small amounts of power to heat the hydrazine fuel lines and keep thrusters working. Communication needs power too. Receiving commands from Earth doesn't consume much spacecraft power, but transmitting a strong enough signal back to Earth definitely does. Cameras and high-resolution imaging instruments, which used more heated enclosures and more data bandwidth, had to be powered down over time to save energy. Today, most of the scientific results come from instruments that measure charged particles, cosmic rays, and magnetic fields. Excellent tools for studying interstellar space. Without RTGs, none of this would have been possible. The darkness of the outer solar system offers only a trickle of sunlight, insufficient for standard solar arrays. Any feasible solar solutions from the 1970s would have been enormous, heavy, and likely too fragile to function for decades in harsh conditions. RTGs proved to be reliable, compact, and durable. They are what make the Voyager missions a model for how to operate far beyond the inner regions of our planetary neighborhood. The Jupiter encounter. Jupiter was the first big stop for both Voyager spacecraft. This massive gas giant is the largest planet in our solar system, more than 11 times Earth's diameter. Visiting such a planet offered a wealth of opportunities to test the craft's instruments and gather new insights about Jupiter's atmosphere, moons, rings, and intense radiation belts. By the time the Voyagers arrived, predictions were that Jupiter would have quite a few surprises. Pioneer spacecraft had visited briefly in the early 1970s, but their instruments were more limited. Voyager 1 made its closest approach to Jupiter in March 1979, while Voyager 2 followed in July 1979. One of the most significant discoveries during these encounters was the intense volcanic activity on Io, one of Jupiter's many moons. Observations showed multiple active volcanoes spewing sulfur-rich plumes far above Io's surface. This stunned scientists who had not expected such geologic activity so far from the Sun. This discovery proved that tidal forces from a giant planet could heat and reshape a moon's interior to an incredible degree. Another moon, Europa, had fewer visible craters and a smooth, ice-covered surface, indicating a hidden water ocean beneath its icy crust, an exciting target for future exploration. Voyager's observations also brought Jupiter's atmosphere
There's a really good movie
into
called
much sharper
Europa.
focus.
If you're interested
The spacecraft
in a
snapped
nice hard
breathtaking
sci-fi
images
movie.
of the Great Red Spot, a giant storm larger than Earth that has likely been raging for centuries. The data showed swirling cloud patterns, high-speed winds, and lightning in the atmosphere.
Yeah, they're going like
Scientists
thousands of
learned
miles
that
an
Jupiter's
hour,
cloud
like
tops
on
have many layers with ammonia crystals
Jupiter.
forming part of the bright, colorful patterns.
Saturn.
In addition, each Voyager found evidence of a faint ring system around Jupiter. Before this, Saturn was known for rings, but Jupiter's rings were not clearly identified until the Voyager flybys. Though Jupiter's rings are much dimmer and less extensive than Saturn's, the discovery was another surprise that changed our perspective on the outer planets, Saturn and Titan. Saturn has been an object of fascination for centuries because of its stunning ring system. Even low-powered telescopes on Earth can show Saturn's rings as a striking sight. Before the Voyager missions, scientists had seen Saturn's rings only from afar, and while Pioneer 11 had offered some insights, it was nowhere near as detailed as what Voyager could achieve. Voyager 1 reached Saturn in late 1980, and Voyager 2 followed in 1981. What the Voyagers discovered at Saturn surpassed expectations. The spacecraft took many high-resolution images of the rings, revealing that they were made up of countless small particles, some as tiny as grains of sand, and others the size of large boulders. Instead of being just a few broad, uniform bands, the rings showed elaborate structure with thin ringlets, gaps, spokes, and waves. This new detail suggested gravitational interactions between ring particles, small embedded moons, and Saturn's larger moons. Scientists recognized that these so-called shepherd moons helped maintain the sharp edges of rings. Another highlight was the close study of Titan, Saturn's largest moon. Titan is bigger than the planet Mercury and has a substantial atmosphere. When Voyager 1 flew by, scientists paid special attention to Titan's thick, hazy air, which is rich in nitrogen and organic compounds. Unfortunately, the haze was so extensive that visible light cameras could not see the surface directly. However, the data hinted at the possibility of lakes or seas on Titan made of methane or ethane. This speculation turned out to be correct when later missions, such as Cassini-Huygens, confirmed liquid hydrocarbon lakes. Titan quickly became one of the solar system's most intriguing moons because of its thick atmosphere and organic chemistry. Some scientists consider it a possible analog to early Earth. Saturn's other moons also yielded surprises. Mimas, with its massive Herschel crater that makes the moon look somewhat like the Death Star, was captured in detail for the first time. Enceladus appeared highly reflective, hinting at a bright, icy surface, though Voyager did not uncover its geysers. This would come to light in later missions. The Voyagers also spotted a variety of surface features on moons like Tethys, Dione, and Rhea, contributing to a broader understanding of how icy satellites evolved. This period was also when mission controllers had to make some tough choices. Voyager 1 performed a path adjustment after Saturn in order to get a closer look at Titan. That meant it could not continue to Uranus or Neptune. Voyager 2, in contrast, retained a trajectory that would allow it to visit Uranus and Neptune after Saturn, but it passed Titan at a greater distance. Still, both spacecraft accomplished everything they were meant to do at Saturn, capturing transformative data and images that rewrote the text on ring physics, moon geology, and the nature of a gas giant's environment. The only visits to Uranus and Neptune. Voyager 2 has the distinction of being the only spacecraft ever to visit Uranus and Neptune up close. No other probe has flown by these distant ice giants. For that reason, the data gathered remain our best direct observations of these planets to date. When Voyager 2 arrived at Uranus in January 1986, scientists were both excited and unsure what to expect. Uranus is a strange planet due to its axial tilt. Its rotation axis is tipped over by about 98 degrees, almost like it's rolling on its side around the Sun. During the flyby, Voyager 2 revealed that Uranus has a more complex ring system than we had known, though the rings appeared darker and less extensive than Saturn. It also discovered 10 new moons. The mission's cameras showed that the large moon, Miranda, has one of the most bizarre surfaces in the solar system, marked by canyons, patchwork terrains, and scarps that suggest a chaotic geological history. Another surprise was that Uranus's magnetic field does not line up with the planet's rotation axis. The field's center is offset from the planet's core, indicating that something unusual is happening deep inside. After Uranus, Voyager 2 continued on to Neptune, reaching this remote world in August 1989. Neptune's dynamic atmosphere was unexpected. Scientists saw a great dark spot, reminiscent of Jupiter's great red spot, and swiftly moving bright clouds scooting around at high latitudes. Like Uranus, Neptune also has rings, though they are faint and incomplete. The planet's largest moon, Triton, turned out to have a thin nitrogen atmosphere and active geysers of nitrogen gas, or nitrogen-laden material, erupting from its surface. Triton orbits Neptune in the opposite direction of the planet's rotation, suggesting it was likely captured at some point in the distant past. Both Uranus and Neptune often receive less attention than Jupiter and Saturn, but Voyager 2's findings demonstrated they are fascinating realms in their own right. The spacecraft measurements helped researchers refine models of ice giant compositions and opened new questions about how these worlds formed. For instance, the presence of water, ammonia, and methane ices in their interiors suggests a different evolutionary path than that of Jupiter and Saturn. The data also pointed to possible ocean layers deep inside these planets that may influence their unusual magnetic fields. Voyager 2's triumphant flyby of Neptune was a crowning achievement of the primary mission. After that August 1989 encounter, it went speeding off into the outer reaches of the solar system. Having visited 4 outer planets, dozens of moons, and multiple ring systems, Voyager 2 fulfilled everything NASA had hoped for and more. Meanwhile, Voyager 1 had already left the plane of the planets after Saturn, heading on a route that would eventually carry it into interstellar space. Together, they remain symbol of how a well-planned mission can gather enormous amounts of data by seizing a unique orbital opportunity, the heliosphere and beyond. Past Neptune, the planets give way to a realm known as the Kuiper Belt, a zone of small, icy bodies. Even further out is the hypothetical Oort cloud, a reservoir of comets that may extend nearly halfway to the nearest stars. But one of the immediate frontiers after Neptune is the heliosphere's outer boundary, where the solar wind interacts with the interstellar medium. This boundary has multiple zones, not just a single line. The regions of interest include the termination shock, the heliosheath, and the heliopause. The heliosphere is shaped by the solar wind, a stream of charged particles blowing outward from the sun in all directions. Closer to the sun, this solar wind flows supersonically, faster than the speed of sound in that environment, carrying the sun's magnetic field lines with it. As it moves away, it eventually encounters the interstellar plasma and starts to slow down, forming the termination shock. Beyond that is the heliosheath, a turbulent region where the solar wind is slowed, compressed, and heated. Finally, there is the heliopause, which is often described as the boundary between the sun's domain and interstellar space, though the interaction is more complex than a simple dividing line. For many years, scientists debated where exactly the heliosphere ends. It was known to extend well beyond the orbit of Pluto, but how far was an open question. The Voyagers carried instruments that could detect changes in the particle environment and magnetic field. As they moved away from the sun, these readings started to reveal transitions in the flow of charged particles, hinting at the spacecraft's approach to the boundary. But it's not a sudden, obvious boundary you can photograph. It's more about reading changes in the direction of cosmic rays, solar wind speed, and magnetic field patterns. Scientists realized that Voyager 1 might be the first craft to cross into interstellar space. By the late 2000s, the data suggested it had encountered the termination shock. The official announcement that Voyager 1 had entered interstellar space would come in 2013, based on changes in plasma density readings the spacecraft recorded in 2012. Voyager 2, traveling a different route, crossed into interstellar space in 2018. These transitions were historic moments in space exploration, marking the first times that human-made objects had ventured beyond the solar wind's protective bubble. The discoveries in this boundary zone are already rewriting our understanding of how the sun interacts with the galaxy. Both spacecraft detected a surprising amount of turbulence, with plasma waves and cosmic rays swirling in ways that were not fully predicted. They also found that the shape of the heliosphere might be more irregular than the neat comet shape that some early models had proposed. Because of these new measurements, scientists are refining their knowledge of the heliosphere's geometry and how it influences cosmic ray penetration into the inner solar system. Though we cannot see this boundary in the same way we see a planet or moon, the data on particle flows, plasma density, and magnetic fields tell a fascinating story. They show that the solar system is part of a dynamic environment in the galaxy, continually bombarded by high-energy particles from supernovae, pulsars, and countless other cosmic events. The sun's own magnetic field and outflow moderate some of that barrage, though maybe not as much as once assumed. The termination shock and the heliopause. The termination shock is where the solar wind slows from supersonic speeds to subsonic speeds as it meets the interstellar medium. Crossing this region was a big milestone for both Voyagers. For Voyager 1, this happened around 94 astronomical units from the Sun, though pinning the exact distance is challenging because the shock itself can fluctuate. When Voyager 2 reached the termination shock, it was around 84 astronomical units from the Sun, a difference due in part to solar activity and variations in the interstellar environment. Passing through the termination shock gave each spacecraft new insight into how energy is exchanged in this boundary region. Charged particles can bounce back toward the inner solar system, or they can get accelerated along magnetic field lines. The The data from Voyager's cosmic ray detector and plasma instruments revealed that this region is more turbulent than expected, with shocks and waves that can accelerate particles to high energies. Such acceleration processes may help explain some of the cosmic rays detected near Earth. After passing the termination shock, each Voyager entered the helio sheath. Within this zone, the turbulent flow of the solar wind collisions with interstellar plasma is intense. Scientists had thought the helio sheath might be a smoother transition, but both spacecraft found more chaos instead. This region is still inside the Sun's magnetic influence, but the density of interstellar plasma begins to rise, and the spacecraft encounters more high-energy cosmic rays from outside the heliosphere. Finally, the spacecraft encountered the heliopause, the final boundary where the solar wind's influence essentially is overwhelmed by the interstellar medium. For Voyager 1, the crossing was identified by a sudden shift in particle density and a change in the orientation of magnetic field lines. Growing differences in the cosmic rays measured by the spacecraft told scientists that it had exited the heliosphere. Voyager 2 crossed later and also confirmed a boundary, though the details were different enough to show that the heliopause is not a neat, stable shell. It likely expands and contracts depending on solar activity and the pressure of the interstellar medium. Thanks for watching another episode.
Alright. I will see you guys on Sunday, maybe? Yeah. I'm going to bed. It's late. And I'm tired as fuck. Have a great night, guys. Be safe, be happy, be healthy. I love you all. And I'll have some new game stuff next time we see each other. Peace out.